Hello, hello. Morning, everybody. Or evening, or afternoon. Scatters in chat now. Welcome to the Monday stream. The streaming schedule for this week is going to be slightly different. Slayer, thank you for the 16 months. You're welcome, I guess. The streaming schedule for this week, I've already said it on Saturday. It's going to be a little different. We're going to take Wednesday and Thursday off because we're going to be grinding all weekend for the Duelist Cup second stage. I'm doing good, Nilmi. How are you? I'm a little my sleep schedule is still a little messed up from the US. Like I woke up like an hour ago or something. I don't know. I went to bed at a normal time, but I don't know. I just slept forever. So I haven't had breakfast yet, but otherwise I'm doing fine. I'm getting breakfast in a moment though. People happy. G Pretender, thank you for the 12 months, the full year of support. I appreciate you. And Akiza, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Do we have the podcast grinder now? No, that was just Farfa did an episode with them because I wasn't available, and I didn't want there to be no episode. So and he said like he can just do one with other guests, and I'm like, yeah, that's actually perfect because I won't have time. But we're gonna have a podcast episode tomorrow. We'll be recording with Farfa tomorrow for the podcast this week. All right. That being said, why don't we warm up before we hop into today's content? Kev, thank you for the 7 months. All right. Let me move over here. Yes, some cards. We haven't done this in a while. Are we doing a tier list for grinding the Duelist Cup later? So like I definitely want to. I think it's going to be a tier list. I have a tier list prepared, but I do want to talk about like the options for the Duelist Cup and all that kind of stuff. I think a tier list is just the best way to do that because it gives you like a little visual thing where you can where I can sort the things in and have a way to talk about my thoughts about each individual deck. So yeah, probably we'll do that later, yeah. All right, let's begin. I think that's Gren. Yeah. I have no idea what that is. Actually, Wharf? Star Dragon Planeter, yeah. That is Yata. This feels familiar. Mad Reloader? I'm Kaizen. Thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate you. Which one is that? The Red Scarred Red? No, Red Nova? Red Nova. It is Red Nova. Okay. Zen Mighty, thank you for the 30 months. That's a very long time. Appreciate the support. That's a Goki, right? Ring Trainer? This is the little moth thingy, larva moth. Yeah. Oh, that is Clausulus. Phantom Knight. Which one is that? Is that just Bardish? It is Bardish. I'm not sure if adding this song to the playlist was a mistake or not. We will find out. Divine Wind. Oh, I know you. Emperor something S. Them. Oh, that's Rampage. I don't think I know this one. I feel like I've seen it. I don't know what it's called. Assault Wyvern. Elephant. Dragon's Rebirth. Okay. Chronomaly. Chronomaly. Mud Golem. All right. Kawaii Chewian, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate you. That's Wind Witch? White Wing Magician. Almost a Wind Witch. Is this Brionac? No. Swordsman of Revealing Light. The pose is so similar to Necros of Brionac, but I was like, that's not my boy. Alright, we have received breakfast. This is a Drytron, right? Drytron. Needle, thank you for the 34. Wait, that's Caesar. But I think it's Wave King Caesar. Yeah, not the one that we actually play. $12 o'clock. Yeah, my schedule is a little messed up right now. I think this is Amaryllis. I don't know why I didn't. I don't know why I skipped all the way through while knowing what it was. That was kind of weird. I'll admit it. Fortress Whale. This is Octodic stuff? I don't know. No, I don't think it is. Monstrosity. Chaos End? Yeah. You look tired? No, it's all good. My sleep schedule is just a little messed up since I've been to the US. But I'm doing good. Thank you. This is like DD. Metamorphosis. DD Metamorphosis. Coral Triangle? No. Marbled Rock. Okay. The other Link 3. Now, who are you? Flamvel Grunica? Yeah. I don't... I feel like I've seen this thing. DD Evil? Light End Dragon? Not an Evil. It's not an Evil. That's Kozaki. But what happened to Kozaki? Oh, nothing. That's just normal Kozaki? What's happening to him? Anyways. He got overworked? No, that's what happens on Overworked. That's why the card is called like that. Is that Air Raider? Yeah. Crazy Beast, I think. That Wonder Magician? Wonder Magician. The Spellstone. No. I don't know what it's called. Miracle? Restoring? Okay. Oh, I know this thing. Destruction Dragon? Yeah. That Pathfinder? Yeah. Cyber? No, it's not Cyber Dragon related. Oh, I have seen this guy though. That's an Exceed. Giant Soldier of Steel? That's an Exceed, right? Des Feral Imp? That's a Barian Shark or something. Is it a Rebarian Shark? Yeah. Spell Vanishing. Frogadier, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. I don't know this one. Megaform? Megaform. Okay. I am not familiar with the Megaform. That's another Phantom Knight. Which one is that? Anyone know? I don't. Fragile? Fragile armor. Okay, that's not one of the relevant ones, is it? I'm not like forgetting. Okay, that's magical hats. Coded card. Going on here. The fire formation. Ayo. Ayo. This feels like a UA card. No, it's not. Oh, I've seen this. Oh, that's very old. That was a super rare. Ruthless Denial. Yeah. That was like in one of the Duelist packs. Like Chaz Princeton or something. Gladiator Lash? Wait. Tag. That's not it? Double tag? Yeah, okay. Double tag team. Okay, I'm tilted. I was just sitting there waiting for it to confirm that it was Gladiator Lash because I thought that was it. I didn't even realize it didn't, like, it didn't work. The hell is this? Ismek? Okay. Okay, we kind of need to guess one more card. Who the hell is this? Synchron Carrier, I think. All right, saved. We got the 800. I was a little worried we might not get there anymore. I thought we were going to get 800 for sure, and all of a sudden it was kind of close. Shark Fortress. All right, not that close. And Karate Man. But we don't have time for it. All right. Well, not bad. Not bad. Krishy Christian, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you. All right. Let's do this real quick, and then I can finally have my breakfast, and we can talk about what we do today. Do wrong go here. All right, this should be easy. Yarik, thank you for the 14 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Thank you so much. We're looking for an old vanilla, level 4. That is not a dark. More than 1500 defense, less than 1500 attack. More than 1500 attack, less than 1500 defense. Shouldn't be that hard. What about Alexandrite Dragon? It is a light. Okay. It is a light level 4. Light level 4. Okay, light vanillas. Gemini Elf is not a light. That's a... Is Gemini Elf dark or earth? It's earth. Level 4 vanillas. Neo the Magical Swordsman, but that's probably a warrior, right? Yeah, that's... No, that's a spellcaster. Wait, that works. Okay, but it's not that. Okay, can't be Sparkman. The attack is 18 or 19. It's not Lejin. Lejin is a dark. Oh, it could be X Head Cannon, yeah. X Head Cannon. Ooh, the defense... Oh, the defense points don't match. Are we digging for primary targets? Yeah. Dunamis? Ooh, wait. Dunamis? Nice. Dunamis. That's the one. Well done. Well done. All right. I kind of like it when it's vanillas in this one. It's kind of fun because for some reason most vanillas you have seen at some point. I mean, there's also less vanillas than effect monsters, so maybe that's why. But like, I just think this game is more fun when you know the card you're looking for. There's nothing worse than when you play this game. There's nothing worse than when you just don't know the card, because then it feels kind of pointless. And for some reason, all of the vanillas are somewhat guessable. All right. Was it ever a Rongo day? Not yet. Not yet, but at some point it will be. At some point it will be. All right. Buffed paleo time? Not this week. Not this week. The time that we have this week is kind of limited because thank you, Kwagyu Tsang. Thank you for the 12 months. The time we have this week is kind of limited because the Duelist Cup is happening on Friday, and I am planning on competing in it. And because that is going to be a very stressful weekend for me, because we're going to be basically playing nonstop Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'll be taking Wednesday and Thursday off to just relax a little bit before the Duelist Cup, also prepare my deck lists and all that kind of stuff. So we only have today and tomorrow basically before the Duelist Cup streams, and I do want to make use of this time to help you guys prepare as well for the Duelist Cup. Like, I still have to finish the first stage in order to even be ready to play on Friday. And while I'm doing that, I want to try some different decks out in the current Master Duel format to give you guys a better idea of which decks you might want to ladder with and which decks you might not want to ladder with during the second stage, in case anyone here wants to try. As well as I need to figure out myself what I want to play. I have a rough idea of which kind of decks I personally like at the moment for Master Duel, but what exactly I'm gonna play at the end, I don't know yet. And it also, I might change it up halfway through. So I think the best way to prepare for such a tournament is to have a good idea of what all the decks in the format are, to have a solid list already, so that, like, if you notice your deck isn't working halfway through the tournament, you don't have to like sit there for an hour and figure out a different list or something. Like, you want to have other decks in the back so that you can switch faster. So yeah, that is mainly what we're gonna do today and tomorrow is just preparing for the Duelist Cup. And I know there's a lot of things to talk about regarding the TCG at the moment as well, right? I do think the TCG is in an exciting spot at the moment. When it comes to, you know, right? I personally think the TCG is looking like a great time at the moment. I was checking in with the German Open stream yesterday that happened in Frankfurt. I wasn't there, unfortunately, because I just needed the day off. It was very necessary. But TCG is looking great right now. I've been enjoying TCG a lot post crossover breakers. It's a great time. And I'm probably going to make content for that a lot after the Duelist Cup. It's just this week. This week, we're going to have to focus a little bit on Master Duel because of the Duelist Cup. Once the Duelist Cup is over and you know, holiday season, it's going to be a little more chill for me. We can definitely talk about the TCG format a lot during that time. I haven't really made my mind up yet what the streaming schedule over Christmas is going to be. I'm definitely going to be taking some days off to spend time with family, but we're also going to have some days that we're going to stream. I can already tell you about two things we're definitely going to do over the holidays. We're definitely going to have a Christmas stream where I have a bunch of things to give away to you guys as well as like little Christmas presents. It's just a bunch of the things that I've won at past tournaments and stuff that I've just not bothered or not had the time yet to move. So a bunch of like we've got a bunch of like goodies, a bunch of sleeves, bunch of play mats and stuff like that I just decided I was just gonna give away on Christmas to you guys. So that's gonna happen at some point. It might even happen on the 24th, depending on how it goes. If I'm too tired after the Duelist Cup, then maybe not. but I might just do it on the 24th. Just go live a little bit because I figured most people will have time to watch on Christmas. You know, like it's kind of a chill day where I meet up with my family like later at the day, so I could be streaming earlier. And then another thing I've been wanting to do, it's kind of been an idea that's been in my head for a while. I've been wanting to do like a 2024 card design award where you guys get to vote for like things like your favorite archetype released in 2024, your least favorite archetype released in 2024, your favorite card that was designed in 2024, your least favorite card designed in 2024, and so on and so forth. That is going to be something that the poll for it, like the votings, are probably going to go up today or tomorrow. And then we're going to host that at some point at the end of the year. Yeah. Anyways, those are like roughly the things that are going to happen in the upcoming days and weeks, just so you guys know. For now, we're hopping into Master Duel. Is Duel even considered a new archetype for 2024? Well, I personally would include like decks that have received support in 2024 because, I mean, obviously, Duel has been a thing since 2008, but obviously it counts as a new deck in 2024. All right, so now at some point today, our job, or my job, is it to create a little tier list for the Duelist Cup second stage. We are not going to start with that though, because some of these new decks I haven't even tried yet. For example, Chimera. I've built a Chimera list, which I think Chimera is a pretty strong deck. But I want to play with it a little bit before I put it on a potential tier list. So we're gonna do we're playing first. We're just playing a bunch of games in the Duelist Cup so that I can get a rough idea of what I like and what I don't like. And then we're doing the tier list towards the end. Well, yeah. Does your Chimera list run Beatrice? So it's not super fleshed out yet. At the moment, it does. Because I do think you want to maximize your access to this card when Tenpai is in the format, right? I think this card is definitely what breaks the Tenpai matchup. So I do want to maximize access to it. That's why you're playing the Master Tao and the Beatrice. This should probably be 40 cards to avoid bricking on it. That is why I think you have to cut either Imperm or Book of Eclipse. I'm not sure which one I want to cut yet, but that is probably what I would consider a solid Chimera list. Yeah. Cut Edge Imp. I mean, you can cut one Edge Imp chain. I kind of like that card though, and it doesn't really solve the problem. Then it's 42 instead of 43. Not really what I'm trying to achieve. Thoughts on Verte with Branded Fusion? You could. It just feels a little weird to play Albaz just for that. At the same time, I guess Albaz isn't the worst draw because you do play Poly. So you can actually make the branded extra deck cards if you draw Poly. You could try that. I haven't tried it yet, but let's play some Chimera. I think Chimera is a real option for the Duelist Cup because going first, like if Shifter is at 1, you probably have a pretty good win rate against Tenpai. But let's see if that's true. All right, it's not great, this hand, right? But it's also not the worst. It kind of works, I think. Okay, now it doesn't work that much anymore. I wish this wasn't specifically Ash Blossom, because I could have... That's what Book of Eclipse is here for. It's a board breaker. Plus, it can also help you when you get Impermed or Veilered. In this particular case, it's not going to help. We can still fuse into Baphomet. But we just can't make the OG. What a wonderful start to the day. Don't you love when you boot up Master Duel and first game your opponent opens Ash Maxi? I feel like it's every day. Alright, we're gonna add an illusion. It's probably just gonna be Mirror Sword Knight for follow-up, I would imagine. I mean, you could add we could add Nightmare Apprentice. Do I want to discard my Chimera Fusion, though? Or Book of Eclipse? I guess I wouldn't add Sword Knight immediately. I would add Kotal and then Sword Knight. Apprentice. So what if I add Master Tau? What if I add Master Tau and then send the Mirror Sword Knight from the deck to the graveyard so that I can Chimera Fusion the Master Tau and the Baphomet and then revive the Mirror Sword Knight? The only thing is then I'm not reviving my Diabells. But let me try where that leads. Let me try where that leads me. I can revive it next turn, yeah. So you're a fiend. So we make Magnum here. This guy locks you into something. Cannot special summon from the graveyard except illusion. Alright, got some Baphomet. Oh yeah, Baphomet is gonna revive it. So we'll add Chimera Fusion. And Gazelle, and now we can draw an extra card from Magnum, right? Oh god. Oh god. Alright. Nani, thank you for the 8 months. I think Chaos Hunter is good against Malice, yeah. Well, that was a good opener. Come at me, Tenpai Andy. Sure. It's crazy that that's their hand. It's still not enough, but it's very, very funny. Holy shit. That's an insane hand. I have to just eclipse it, right? Fine. I'll draw one in interface, but let me bring back. This is just quick effect, right? Yeah. Gengar, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Hope you had a good stream. Could have just revived Bear from it. Yeah, but I don't think I want it in the deck anymore. All right. I mean, if we beat Ash, Maxi, Hydra, Kaiman, Fenrir, Pankratops, that matchup's got to be pretty good. To be fair, we did have an out to Maxi, but still. This hand, on the other hand, I mean, it's not bad. It is not bad. Start with this. Oh, okay. I thought they had something for sure. The thing against Max C, we would have just probably passed on 1 or 2 special summons like this and reset the thing. What did they just Ash? Gazelle. That is a... you should Ash Gazelle on the field every time. That was crazy. Chain block correctly? I did! I guess Chimera, this could be on... I want them... This is fine. Like, if I don't care about them ashing my Gazelle, I should put it as Chainlink 3 so they can make that mistake. I don't want to prevent them from using Ash if I want them to use Ash. Do I make Magnum here or do I go into the... I probably want this one. I definitely want this one. I'll just send Dia Bells, right? Because I can revive it with... Yeah. I don't play Barrier Statue, no. I forgot to make Lars. Okay. No Lars, no. I don't play Rabbit. I don't think you need Rabbit. I'm not gonna complain about this game because I didn't play it well, but I'm still very annoyed. Why is there a secret village? So Guardian Chimera doesn't work here. Guess I have to do this. So the thing is, this is negated by Called By, but only the activated effects, so it still counters quick play spells. Alright, so why exactly is Bro attacking? I mean, the last two cards in hand were Secret Village and the Eagle, so. Alright, played that perfectly. Uh-oh. Look, I'm playing Labyrinth. Be scared. Rage quit, because I go set 4. No effect. That's right. That's right. The fuck? Bro, I have not played the game. I have not played the game. What did you think I was... Maybe they disconnected, but... Any updating the paleo list with the new stuff? We will at some point. Just, I don't think it's going to be this week. I want to focus on the Duelist Cup. Oh, great. Math makes sick. All right, Droll and Lockbird plus Alan Bershin. I'm pretty sure it equals 5, guys. Yeah, it equals 5. Hmm. My hand is nice. Hey, chatter. What's for lunch? It's porridge, but it's breakfast. I woke up very late today. I think this is safer. This is safer, and I should have probably discarded the Nightmare Apprentice for Nightmare Apprentice instead of the Edgem Chain so that I could like dodge Imperm or something with a Fiend and a Beast. That would have been nicer. No, against Ash it doesn't matter, but I still would have liked to have a Fiend in hand now. Because I was going to get the Edgem Chain to the graveyard no matter what. But alright, I guess now I just have to make the other Chimera. It's not like terrible, but I would have preferred to make the other one. Which one do I care more about? Adding an illusion or sending? I mean, they ashed already anyways. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, I thought about it for no reason. Don't add a Master Toe, right? I could. We could do the same thing that we did earlier. Add Master Tau, send Diabells, or Mirror Sword Knight. And I don't play the statue. We can still hand rip. I do kind of like reviving this. We can still get Diabells on their turn. It's just not going to be there at the start of the turn. Ooh, Talon's rip is nice. No Beatrice. We were locked into rank into fusions. Oh, I need to make this. Yeah. Wait, what? Oh, one card you control and one. Yeah, I was like, wait, what did I mess up just now? I thought I misremembered her effect. But you had Called by the Grave? Eh? Alright. Dude, that Called by the Grave was insane. I mean, maybe they couldn't play anyways, so they didn't bother. Yeah, they don't have... I don't think they have a play, so it didn't matter. I don't know, this deck does feel good to me. And I'm not even playing it perfectly yet. I'm sure if I like spend time to learn it, it'll be pretty good. I really like Diabells in Paleo. I mean, I would also like Diabells in Paleo if I could just summon it for free. Like, if you could just gift it to me on my board. But how am I summoning that thing in Paleo, realistically? Okay, so I'm gonna send one and add one. Are we doing the same thing that we've done in... I mean, I can also add Nightmare Apprentice. Special Nightmare Apprentice. I think I'm just doing the same thing again. I think I go send Mirror Sword Knight and revive it with Tau. Because if I add Nightmare Apprentice, I don't want to discard any of the cards I have. I want to keep my Eclipse, I want to keep my Called By, and I also don't want to discard the Chimera Fusion that I'm getting back. I guess I could do that. Add back Chimera Fusion, discard for Nightmare Apprentice, because I could potentially get another one later. So if I add Nightmare Apprentice, what do I send? The Mirror Sword Knight still? No, that can't be it. Why would I send Tau now? I don't want to revive Diabels now. I'm doing the... All right. Thank you for the 30 months. I don't know. I like this play. I'm nice. This way I can keep my... Chimera Fusion for their turn. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know what any of this means. It probably means we're fine, because they're going second. Is probably what that means. Oh, God. You can banish this card from your graveyard. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects in response to the activation of your Gimmick Puppet monster effects this turn. Probably okay. That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. I'm still afraid of the moment where I have to go second against that deck for the first time. $60 cards. Oh, God. Good God. My hand is pretty good. Like, I probably can beat that. Is that Jesse Cotton? No, if it was Jesse, this would be Mudora. But the other things are accurate. Oh yeah, called by that Edgem chain. Prevent the patchwork. Let's go. Don't let me have the patchwork. Heck. That was the advantage of going... unironically, in my head, I was like, I'm gonna go trigger Edgem Chain first, so that if they called by it, I can give them the extra tilt, because I had the patchwork already. That was perfect sequencing for maximum tilt. Thank you for the bits. Thoughts on Melodious? I like Melodious a lot in terms of its playstyle and everything. I think it's a very fun deck. That doesn't necessarily make it good. As much as I would like to tell you that I think it's a really good deck, I don't think it's that great, unfortunately. Probably add this. It's a good fusion material. You get that already from Kotal? I guess. Yeah. Imanohan, thank you for the 4 months. I will be cooking with the new Whitewood Azamina. I think Azamina has a lot of potential even without Snake Eyes. I always thought it was kind of a waste that where's my okay, there's a fiend. I always thought it was kind of a waste that everyone only played those cards with Snake Eyes. I think the Azamina cards are still really, really good. This deck is plowing through this. Pretty good. Chris, thank you for the gift sub. Hope you feel better soon, Vocal Senpai. That does sound like it sucks. Okay, this hand is a little iffy. Special summon by pitching Master Tao, I guess. But then I can't stop like Valor or Imperm on it. Can I stop Valor or Imperm anyways? Because they're both illusions, right? So I can't make this. Yeah, I can't dodge Imperm on it anyways. You could make Guardian, but then I'd have to pitch talents. I think I'll pitch this. And just hope I don't get impermed. Sweet. These two. Survive this. This searches. Don't forget Lars this time. Yeah, I won't. Or Beatrice, honestly. What do I do? Like, I'm gonna get Master Tao from Graveyard? Can't normal summon this. If I could, I can't fuse these two together because they're both illusions. So do I just pass here? Is there a cross sheep line? Is the deck list on Discord already? I don't know. I don't think so. I'll bring it up after this game so the mods can screenshot it. Surely we'll find Diabells somehow. I mean, we can make Diabells, but I don't know if I want to. Hold up, let me think. This two. I think that line was nice. I think that line was nice. I thought it was just Melodious, but it's just Pendulum. I guess the Foolish Burial gave it away. Well, bro, enjoy the Diabells. Whenever Ostinato is activated, you should never expect it to be Melodious in current format. I do think Melodious, like the engine, is it's a pretty good package. I guess it makes sense for it to be in Pendulum as well. I was messing around with one of the Melodious Snake Eye variants, and that also didn't seem that bad. it didn't seem good enough. Yeah. Time for a deck list. All right, let me show you. So I want to say I do think this deck should be 40 cards. I just wasn't sure if I would rather cut Imperm or a Book of Eclipse. I think one of the two should go. I'm not sure which one's better, which one's worse. I think for consistency's sake, the deck should be close to 40 or as close to 40 as possible. So I do think like just try it and cut whichever of these two you think should be cut. I don't know. Everything else, like I'm not an expert at Chimera. I haven't played it much in the TCG. I do think it's a very good deck. But I'm sure there's like small optimizations you can do. But I do think it seems like a very nice deck. One of the best decks right now is Draco Slayer. Is it? All right, it is 10 pi. I'm starting with this because I really don't want it to get... I don't want the Codal to get ashed. If the Codal gets ashed, we're just passing. Draco Slayer is performing really well in high ladder. Will probably also perform well in Duelist Cup. Do you have a list for that? That's fucked up, dude. The one gamma is the one that fucks me. If this was Imperm, it was genuinely be not a problem because I would just get the poly, but because this is my only monster next to Edge Imp, this gamma brutally murders me and my family. It's insane. The one of, dude, I hate this card so much. I'm never safe from it. Why couldn't it just be the driver in their hand? Ah. Look who we didn't even need. Look, the Tenpai matchup is good, but it's not that good. I'm not beating Gamma, Shifter, Sangan, Summoning Chandra, okay? You want to take a look at Draco Slayer? Okay, I'll look at it in a moment, thank you. Did I win the coin flip? I did choose first, okay. Probably want Baphomet here. I have a lot of fusion spells. It's just right now I don't want to revive anything with it. But if I use with Sword Knight and bring him back for later, yeah, probably, right? But that would mean I'm making this first. Which is okay, I guess. Master Tau now doesn't make sense. I don't play Barrier Statue. I don't think you need it. I think this is good enough. And I think this is better than Barrier Statue. Okay, so we're gonna have Lars this time. Should I make Cross Sheep? No. Lars here. I would have to look into the sequencing for this deck a little bit more for sure. I'm pretty sure you can do better sequencing, but it's okay. Add him. Feels like you're not abusing Beatrice enough. I don't feel the need to make Beatrice very often. I don't think that is correct. Cosmic is kind of irrelevant. I don't think Beatrice adds that much to these end boards. Unless you're putting more bricks into your deck. Because I have no like, what is Beatrice supposed to do here other than accessing Master Tau Dia belts, which I'm able to do anyways? The hell is this? Razor, I think it was 16 months. My day is good. How was yours? I guess I could have also chained the Chimera that I had in the graveyard already, but... Not that it really matters here. I don't think it's winnable for them regardless. Was that the mega bait of the century? Why did they try to dodge that? Oh my god, that was smart. The master bait. I mean, technically, I probably shouldn't stop the toy box. Because, like, the toy box itself doesn't do anything. Battle phase secret effect? Yeah, I mean, I can get rid of it on my turn. What do you think of Farfa in this deck? To, like, send on the opponent's turn? It's not that bad, because if you draw it and you confuse with it, it's still a disruption. I wouldn't hate it. No. It doesn't seem terrible to me. Does Droll stop Chimera's turn 1? Depending on their hand, Droll is either good or really good. Why are we still here? I don't know. Duelist Cup missions? I'll search. Why not? Toxic streamer. Oh, I was gonna look at the Draco Slayer deck. I forgot. Yeah. Oh, well, next game. This is the kind of hand where, like, going second, you could win with it, even if you don't have, like, any hand traps or something like that, depending on their deck, of course. All right, that's a rough one. This hand casually beats full Snake Eye combo. This hand could beat Fire King, yeah. It depends on how many Ash Blossoms and stuff they have, but you could beat Fire King with this. The mirror... I guess we'll see. What do you think will be in the next pack in Master Duel? I mean, what's missing? Are we heading into Fiendsmith territory yet? Or is there some stuff from before Fiendsmith that's still missing? I do think we might end up with Fiendsmith at the start of 2025, maybe? Ascent and Atri? Yeah, but that does not make a full pack, right? Okay, please don't hit my call by the grave. That's fine. That's actually not bad. I can revive it with Master Tau. That's okay. Would you guys recommend Runic Bestial or Runic White Forest more? I think Runic White Forest is better. Okay, what do I know about their hand? I know they have the quick play fusion set. That's it, I think. That is just unnecessary. Yeah. Now it's a problem. Yeah, I can't play around that. If I let the Diabels come back, my Kolpa is dead. I have to use this every time, so... Rise to full height. Okay, that's bad. I can't kill them now, is what that means. But why would you play that? Alright, what are the odds I survive next turn? I guess it's for Tenpai, yeah. Like, the thing is, if the Chimera fusion stays set, I think I can win next. I think I can survive next turn. Because this Chimera fusion does some work. If they go... Okay, they don't use their Chimera fusion. Okay. Alright. Oh. Oh. Mr. Toe. Sure. Wait, there's no way you just go battle phase here. You have so much better stuff to do. Thank you for the 15 ones. I want to say that's fine, but it depends what exactly they fuse into. Yeah. Oh, that's... Wait, no, that might be okay, because Mr. Toe has already been used. Unless they play 2 to bring back the Mirror Sword Knight again. I guess now they won't bring it back because it's banished. Alright. I think I win this, right? Because this is the fusion spell. Now what do they send for this? I can't think of anything crazy that they can send here. How are they just out of shit? They have nothing left. Okay, this, but they can't revive it. Smack that thing, alright. That's crazy. That's crazy. How do you have nothing? You have nothing! Incredible. Wait. Yeah, remember to look at... I will look at Draco Slayers. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Okay, what do we have here? We have Master Duel Elo rated 2425. Voiceless Voice unconfirmed. 60 card branded, 50 card branded. Labyrinth? What was that Labyrinth list? Crab Lab? No, Furniture Lab. Okay. Furniture Lab. That looks like a deck that's really good against Tenpai. Why is there 2? Is Anti-Spell not limited? This was the last season before the new pack. Oh, okay, okay. It's semi... Okay. This seems to be the top 10 duelists from last season. We've got one Ritual Beast still. Someone whose list is not known. And then we've got Super Heavy Samurai Flame Swordsman Infernoble. You see, here's my problem with these sort of decks. Like, I can definitely see them having a positive win rate overall in a Tenpai environment. But is it high enough to actually climb a Duelist Cup? Because it can't be that good of a win rate. It cannot be that good of a win rate. There's no shot. Maybe it's okay if you have a full month of time and you try hard that full month. I don't know if it's... But okay, we have Super... This content is no longer available. Okay. Here we have 6th place. This is the one you were referring to, right? Draco Slayer Melodious. I mean, bro is even only playing 2 Ashes and 2 Maxis and 45 cards. I mean, yeah. This deck probably cooks Tenpai consistently. Because the thing is, with this deck, if you get max seed, I'm pretty sure you just play. Because against Tenpai, if you put up a board plus Secret Village, it doesn't matter if they have 20 cards in hand. Like, they can have their entire deck in their hand, and I'm pretty sure you don't lose to Tenpai. Against Maxi, you deck them out. How do you deck them out? You summon 35 times? Well, okay. I understand how the concept of decking someone out works, guys. But I don't know if you can do that consistently. I mean, if you're doing it against Tenpai, they're going to draw all the hand traps, right? At that point, it might be difficult, but maybe you're right. You can loop Ignister Prominence. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I have a hard time evaluating this because this is like basically the opposite of the type of deck that I would play. But I do think there is a I do think there's an argument for these decks that to be played in the Duelist Cup because of Tenpai. Like, I mean, even in the first stage already, Tenpai is, I feel like, the deck that I'm playing against the most, probably. It's not, like, by far the most played. But I would assume that a lot of people are going to play Tenpai. Even in the second stage, I think Tenpai is going to be a solid pick. Even if, like, most decks you play against are probably going to be mirror matches or decks that are, like, prepared for Tenpai. Tenpai is just really, really good and really, really fast. So even if your win rate on Tenpai is just, like, slightly above 50%, like 55 or something, it's still a good choice. Yeah. Can you post the link, please? I can send you the link. It was in chat a moment ago, but there you go. Yeah. I don't know if we can try this deck. It looks like a lot of ultra rares that I've dismantled in the past. All of the ultra rares in here feel like they are cards that I would have dismantled if I had ever pulled them. But we can check in a second. I just need to go to the toilet real quick. We can check if I have the cards and then we can run a couple of games. I'm not going to craft like 10 ultras for this deck though. Give me a second. Okay. So yeah, let me check. But I'm pretty sure we don't have the cards for this. Oh, we have missions to claim. We can try to pull a royal fountain. Reiko Slay. Oh yeah, that's not looking good. I've definitely owned some of these cards before, but I have dismantled them. I know I had some of these. But what is it? 3, 3, 1 luster, 1 ignister. 2 of this. 2 maxi. 2 ash blossom, of course. Super heavies. 1 crossbow. 3 bikes. This. Where's the big Ben key? There. Revolution is what it's called, right? This one? Yeah, dude. No way. Do they even play the Valence field spells? Those are ultras? My god, dude. They're milking pendulum players. Oh wait, no, that's not the one. Magic Spectre. Was it Porcupine? Yeah. Unbuku. Dude, this is just pendulum slob, isn't it? I mean, they all are. Talent and village. Starting the fun. We're not going to craft this. Crafting this deck probably costs more than getting a royal fountain. Oh, I have a royal firewall though. I am missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 13, 14 ultras. 14 ultras only. No. No. For now, let's just finish the first stage with Chimera. It's been going very well. Let me play this deck a little bit more. When we hit max, we're gonna talk about some other decks as well. Oh, this could also be the last one already. We have 2k gems. That should be enough. No, it shouldn't. No, it should not. What would you guys say if we did a little bit of a Duelist Cup testing tryharding stream tomorrow, where I just open a duel room and people enter and we test for the Duelist Cup? But like the condition would be you guys would have to, like, we would have to play serious decks, all right? Define serious deck. So I want people to join if they are planning on attending the Duelist Cup. And then I want them to test the decks that they are seriously considering for the Duelist Cup kind of vibe. You know what I mean? I could host a prep room and invite the good OCG players. If you could make that happen during the time that I was live tomorrow, you could make that happen, yeah. This is not looking good. Would you consider stun a serious deck? I think so, yeah. I don't think stun is the best deck for the Duelist Cup, but I do think it's a deck that you can realistically play against. Because I do think if like, it's a realistic scenario that you just end up running into a lot of Tenpai during the second stage, and at some point you just say like, yeah, let me Q stun, specifically catered towards Tenpai. I think that is a realistic scenario. I will play Crooked Cook. All right, congratulations on your probably one victory in 72 hours. Was there anything you wanted to try specifically? So we're going to make a tier list for Master Duel later in regards to the Duelist Cup. Currently, I think Yubel, Tenpai, and Snake Eye, like Fire King, are three very good decks for the Duelist Cup. I personally don't see myself playing those, though. I don't think that's much of a surprise for anyone. And also, there's no point in me keeping my deck hidden because I'm gonna stream anyways for the Duelist Cup, so you guys are gonna see what I decide on at the end anyways. Okay, the Eclipse is neat, I guess. But the decks that I'm currently have in mind that I would realistically play, I do think there's a chance I will have a Trap Lab build. That I think Trap Lab looked good when we played it. I also think Chimera is looking good. Those are the two kind of decks that I like more than... I like those two decks more than the quote-unquote meta decks. Centurion, I think, is a little bit too weak, but we'll do that later. Has Josh still not seen the White Forest Centurion deck? I have not, no. Trap Lab as in math? Yeah, with the math cannon. Task actually played White Forest Centurion. I mean, I don't think it's bad. I don't think White Forest Centurion is bad at all. It's a solid deck. I just don't think it's top tier. Like, best deck in the format kind of vibe. But it's not bad. What's your opinion on White Forest Labyrinth? I don't have an opinion on that. Well, I mean, I haven't played it, but I do think it is likely that that is just worse than... It's probably just worse than Labyrinth. The reason I did this was to maybe bait an impermanence. Because if I go Kotal, normal summon Gazelle, and I get impermed, it's over for me. But I guess now I just don't have another way to play around that. I guess because I didn't search Sword Knight, I'm weak to Ash now as well on this card. But, I mean, Ash on Gazelle also ends the turn, so... Can I have it? Nice. Sick hand loop yourself, dude. That's crazy. They had imperm. They had imperm and just decided to hand loop themselves with it. Wait, was this dumb? I only have illusions left. May have been stupid. Why don't you play Caesar? Caesar is like impossible to make. Yeah. That was not good. Anko, thank you for the 13 months. My weekend was good. How's yours? I really like Silhouette Rabbit. Silhouette Rabbit is good in these spots, yeah. Well, we messed up and now we have to kind of fix it. Can we fix it? I don't know, dude. I shouldn't have added the Master Tau. I think that was the main issue. Adding Master Tau was not it. Should not have done that. Well, hopefully we don't get punished. That's not a great discard, I guess. Oh, the fact that I discarded the Snake Idea Bellstar is actually just an extender for them now because they drew Poplar. It's so annoying. It is once again a game that if I lose it, I can't complain about it. Because I could have played it a lot better. It is still very frustrating that I hit out of that hand, specifically the Snake Idea Bellstar. Oh. Sure. What? There's no way. What? Where's your Promethean princess? What the fuck? Okay. If you're gonna normal Tau, I feel like you do that before battle phase. Why? What's the point? It literally makes no difference. To force Linkaribo and crash with Diabels? I guess. I don't know. It does. The game is over. It doesn't matter. Um. Yeah, it doesn't even force Linkaribo. Yeah, this is where I make Requiem in like 2 months. Would you have won if he made Promethean? Probably. That end board would have been crazy if they went through Promethean. I have no idea why they didn't. Maybe they tried to respect Nibiru and forgot that the last card in hand was known. I don't know. Ooh, this hand is nice. Unless that happens. Unless I didn't say it specifically because I didn't want it to happen. God damn it. Every time, man. If you all just collectively shut up, this wouldn't have happened. But someone in chat obviously had to go, Ray no imperm. I see you, Quantal. It's your fault. Why is it always against Tenpai that I get unlucky? Like, I wouldn't even mind losing to other decks, but against Tenpai, it's just extra annoying. Porsche Cayman S is crazy. Where was Book of Eclipse last turn? Last game? Oh, now I don't get impermed. Yeah, why would I get impermed now? Please no Fuva loss. Why can't this happen against Tenpai? It feels so much better when it happens against Tenpai. I hate losing to Tenpai. What was your anti-Yubel extra deck option in Centurion? With Atri, you can play the Tenpai level 10 synchro to stop them from doing anything in battle phase. Okay, come on, come on. Juicy level 20 rank up against Tenpai, come on. Aww. I hate this game, man. That is not what I expected, but that still owns me. I have nothing to do with it. Okay, dude, nah. I'll let you cook, but I get fucking owned by this. Holy shit. That is not as tilting though. This is I don't mind this that much. Thank you for not being tenpai. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. What the hell is that? So what you're saying is I'm not dead? Okay. Oh, that's... This is... Man, I was gonna activate Patchwork into the zone of the cast bar or the Starfire to make my talents live and everything. Maybe have a chance, but now I can't even do that. Man. Are you scared of Typhon, maybe? I still can't activate this, right? You can't fuse to it. So pissed, man. I'm so pissed. Should have played Garura. I love when people say things like that and they're not even correct. Like you could make Garura with 2 Ejim chains. Why can't I have this hand going first? Uncle Ollie, think of the 30 months. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. They might have field spell, yeah, because otherwise you probably said it. But the thing is, Ash is just not that good against Centurion in this case. Oh god. I think we might be murdered. I think this was very winnable if it was just a normal Centurion opener, but this could be a little more than that. Sergeant Genetrix, thank you for the first time Prime. Appreciate that. Oh, they even have woes to send? That's great. They're locked into Centurion synchros, yeah. I'm not sure if they are aware. They should have sent the Trudea, right? They added Tails to their hand and sent Roll away? Why not send the Tails? They can send the Trudea for Gargoyle, and then they're not locked anymore. Yep. Is this better than Bestial Centurion? If you go first and don't get max seed, yeah? If any of those things happen, then no. I mean, this opener is completely cracked if you can just do it through Ash Blossom and going first. No question. But in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, it's very often not a very it's not a quality for a deck that makes it automatically viable if it wins going first if not interrupted, you know? That is something that almost any Yu-Gi-Oh deck does. But yes, whenever you go first and you just play, then it probably wins. Whatever that's worth. You have more Omnis in there? Of course. Why? This stuff like that blows my mind. Bro, your deck makes double Blazar and you're playing the Centurion counter trap and the White Forest trap, and you're like, I need to add more counter traps to this. Yeah, congratulations. You have won the coin flip indeed. I was just thinking maybe I should have patchworked first because Droll is a problem. That's on me. I mean, I think the best bet is just hope they don't draw a level 2 monster. And if they draw a level 2 monster, I just lose. Nice. You were so ready to surrender? I was down bad. So the called by... Okay, they surrendered. The called by was probably dead because they had the cross out for it, but... Bro, why is 19 taking forever? What is happening all of a sudden? I'm just losing all the mini games. I go second in the matchups I need to go first in. I brick against Tenpai. With any level 2, it's immediately game. No, I lose if they draw level 2. That's why I was hovering the surrender. Ugh. At least it's normal summon Gazelle, right? That can't be as good. Nice Eclipse. I mean, it still dodges Impermanent Veiler. I think that's why Eclipse is specifically good in these types of fusion decks, because you can fuse with your face downs. It doesn't matter if they're face up or face down. Because it doubles as like as non-engine, and it doubles as dodges for Impermanent Veiler. Yeah, it's the same in Ritual Beast. I still lose to the counter trap. Either here or later. How were they ever relinking this in my turn? Because they didn't have Code of Soul. Or whatever it was that they needed. They weren't? Okay. So their end board was literally one counter trap from the Salamangrade portion. Like, is Typhon bad in this deck? No, you can play it. Typhon's okay. Oh, won a coin flip. Time to disconnect. Oh, never mind. Change deck when? I said I was gonna try to make level 20 with it. It's always the card I can't counter, dude. I have Cult Buy, it's Imperm. I have Talent, it's Imperm. I have Eclipse, it's Ash. It's Tenpai again. It's always Tenpai that I brick against. Never mind. Please, for the love of God. Thank you. They might just try to go for game. I don't have that much I can draw. But they don't know that. They didn't hit anything here. Bro. That wasn't so bad. We might live. The only problem is that they also have Maxi. At least I think so, because they had a response. But that makes me think it's not Max. Oh, oh wait, what was their response? Why did you even... They had a response window, right? It wasn't tier cash, because that was in the deck. But I'm confused. Super Poly? But if it was Super Poly, why would they negate the Book of Eclipse? Because now they don't have a card to this. It's not Super Poly. There's no way it's Super Poly. What do you think of Upstart Goblin and Trap Lab? I think it's good. I mean, the thing is, what the one they should call here is either Guardian Chimera or I forget his name. The Chimera, what is it? The small, this one, the mythical king of Phantom Beast, the Baphomet. Not this one. This one doesn't matter. But it's probably Guardian Chimera, which is the card I was gonna make. But even if I can't make Guardian Chimera, it's still pretty good for me, right? If they call Guardian Chimera, I'll just make the Baphomet, and that's also very good for me. Does the name changing on the field matter? No, I checked that right now, but it's because Black Goat says neither the player can activate the effects of monsters on the field with that original name. So it's not the one that they change it to, but the original one that's on the card. That's why they would still be calling Baphomet the King of Mythical Beasts or whatever, instead of calling Chimera the whatever the original thing's name is. Diabelle, Queen of the White Forest. Okay, I won't activate it this turn, I promise. I promise I'm not activating that. Flow Freeze, think with the 25 months. I do think Chimera is viable in the TCG now more than ever, because I think we're headed into a direction in the TCG where you can now play decks with heavy engine again. And Chimera is one of those decks. Like a Chimera hand with like one non-engine or two non-engine going second can 100% cook Ryziel. So I do think right now, I guess they can now just negate the... Die, Droplet. Chimera's biggest weakness versus Ryziel is Dweller. I guess. Yeah, maybe you play like... Maybe the non-engine you play is something like Droplet, Chalice, those kind of cards. To beat Dweller. You know what other deck plays a lot of engine? I thought you were referring to Runic combo. I thought you were based, but then you just said plants. So I guess you're not. Unfortunate. Is Dweller super polyable at all? Against Ryziel, I don't think it is. Please one time. Don't be Ash. Be Imperm. Or nothing. Yeah, okay. Okay. Didn't Max see? If I fuse with this now, I could fuse these two. Probably Baphomet with these two. I care more about the ad of Nightmare Apprentice. All right, what are my next steps? I'm gonna add back the fusion. Nightmare Apprentice. I might hold the Nightmare Apprentice for a moment. I might just go Chimera Fusion, these two into the old Baphomet, the old Chimera. This revives the Mirror Sword Knight. The alternative? No, I think that's it. Beatrice angle? Maybe. I don't think it's a Beatrice angle. I don't think Beatrice is as good in this deck as you guys are making it out to be. What's Beatrice offering me here? The ability to revive my Diabells? I already have that. If I just make Lars, I can revive Beatrice once this hits the... I can revive Diabells once this hits the graveyard. I don't really see why I would make Beatrice now. You don't play all the stuff to send? Yeah, of course not. With Centurion again. Okay. Centurion with no hand traps is odd. Couldn't you run something over Beatrice then? I mean, I can see Beatrice still coming up in some spots, but I haven't made it a single time so far, so maybe you can. They always have that. I could still bring it back. I could still bring it back, but that's not worth it, I don't think, against this deck. I don't think this deck cares about having to set its spell cards first, right? Except for Emblema, but they could just chain it. I think I'm gonna bring back the Chimera still. But do I need to do that yet? I don't think so. Isn't it negated anyway with called? So called by only negates activated effects, so the continuous effect of them having to set their cards first would still apply. So against a deck with a lot of quick plays or evenly matched and stuff like that, it would still matter. But against Centurion, I don't think it will. Are you sure about that? Yes, I'm sure about that. I have the ability to read Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I'm pretty sure all effects are negate, bro. Target one monster in your opponent's graveyard, banish it, and if you do, until the end of the next turn, its effects are negated, as well as the activated effects, and effects on... Okay, never mind, I lied. I do not have the ability to read Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I did not finish the sentence. Alright, laugh at me, kick W's in chat, that's my bad. You guys are right, I apologize. I'm washed, I can't read. Was this rank up finally? No, it wasn't. See what happens if it goes second? Yeah. Come on, surely this is the one. Surely I won't break like my third rank up game in a row or fourth. I don't know. Okay, that's fine. I mean, it's pretty good. All right. We're a second stage duelist. Let's go. Do these missions... I assume that they also count in the second stage, right? So I don't have to finish these in the first stage. So we could just play like ranked or whatever else for the rest of the day. Okay, nice. Is anyone else bothered by not having the ability to click mark everything as read? I feel like I've said this before, but I don't check my notifications every once in a while, and then it's just like a bunch of things I have to click because I hate when there's a red thingy on my screen. That just bothers me. All right, solved. Let's quickly try to pull a Royal Fountain. I need to unlock the pack first. Unlucky. Have a Gamba for it. Why not? Let's have a Gamba. How many URs? Alright, I'll give you 30 seconds to predict. I don't want to wait too long. We'll open 20. But the Gamba is for the next 10. Just to be clear. We'll open 20 packs, then play a couple of ranked games with some of the other decks, and then we'll do a tier list for what my impressions are on these decks for the Duelist Cup second stage. I have not made my mind up yet what deck I want to be playing. The Chimera deck did seem good to me, but I would definitely need more practice with it. All right. Best Math Lab, please. I do want to revisit Math Lab a little bit, because I do think that deck is pretty good. Alright, that's not what I was expecting in here, but sure. Garunix. You making generator deck? No. No, that's not why we're here. Garunix? Oh, it's got Runic in its name. That's why we pulled it. That makes sense. Yeah. If I pull a Royal from this pack and it's freaking Dark Honest, I'm gonna be pissed. Random Van, thank you for the 23 months. Appreciate you. Oh, come on, man. Dude, guys, someday it's gonna flip and it's gonna be Royal and it's gonna be glorious. All right? All right, 3 is the answer. Schmidt, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that. All right, we'll try one more time. We'll try one more time. 30 seconds to predict. Aren't you just going to decraft it for better cards anyways? Decraft what for better cards? There are no better cards than runic cards. Nicolas Cage, I think it was 16. Hardcraft Royal Fountain? Nah, I got time. I'm not impatient. I'm not that desperate for it. Cause like crafting for a royal is just so expensive for ultra rares. I've done it for supers, but I don't want to do it for ultras. And like, if I open this pack and I pull a couple of ultras and they're not royal, is whatever. I can dismantle them and I'll still be able to craft other stuff from it. It's not like I'm just wasting all of these gems, right? I'm not pulling ultra rares that I want, most likely, unless it's a royal runic spell, but like at least I get the crafting points for it. Crafting for ultras, I'm not at that point. Are you sure you're pulling ultras? Okay, right now, I mean, now I am. Well, that was a turnaround. They're all kind of bad, but we had 0 ultras so far. And now we have 3. Bro, how happy are the people that predicted 3 right now? They thought they were done for. They thought it was GG's, and then and then they just got 3 in the last pack. That's crazy. All right, not today. Not today. I could keep this one. Keeping the 3rd tip because it's going to come back soon and then I'll need it. Okay. No. We're not even getting this started, okay? With the crafting ultra rares now. No. Calm down. All right. Let me try some other decks. This deck was solid. I do think this deck is an option for the Duelist Cup. Once again, I do think it needs to be 40 cards because I think the biggest issue we had was bricking. The biggest issue we had was bricking, and the biggest issue we also had is not having enough monsters in those hands, right? Sometimes you just have hands with Poly or Chimera Fusion, but only 1 monster, and then you just can't dodge like Imperm or something like that. It's probably, you probably cut Imperm or Book of Eclipse. I still haven't really decided what I like better. Talents also wasn't very good, but that's just because we were not very lucky with it. I do think Talents is a good card in this deck. I think it's either Imperm or Eclipse. Might just be Imperm. Might just be this. This might just be the list I would suggest for now. I'd still try it more if I wanted to bring it for the Duelist Cup, which I do consider it an option. I'm probably gonna spend some time trying it some more, maybe tomorrow. I just saw yugioh post over on Twitter. This thing. Duelist Cup Preparation Cup is back tomorrow at 7 a.m. EST. Let me quickly check what 7 a.m. EST would be. EST is 6 hours ahead of me, behind. So that would be 1. So that is right when we're live. That is exactly when we're live for an hour. Like an hour after we start stream, they start a Duelist Cup Preparation Cup with, how does it works? Registration requirements. Any player with top 100 Duelist Cup, notable players, competitive players that want good testing, top 0.5 result in rated. To register, send a DM on X or Discord to yugioh. Okay, I think we qualify for that. Rules, player name, icon, mate, and icon border should be set to the standard for a determined amount of time. Players can play unlimited games in Duel Room to earn points. Winner will be based on points. Points are equal to wins minus losses. If tied, most wins. Players are allowed to change decks during the tournament. Staying AFK in a table is not allowed. After the time ends, no game can be started. The games that were already being played can continue. And who's keeping track of your wins and losses? You have to do it yourself? Because if everyone has the same name, they can't keep track of it, right? The room does it? Oh, the room does it for you. Okay. Master rule keeps track. Okay. Yeah, enter me, Judeo. I think we'll do it tomorrow on stream. I think we'll if I'm allowed to stream it. Then we'll take part in it tomorrow. You can stream it? Okay, yeah, then we'll play it tomorrow. Can I enter for free? I mean, the rules on how to enter and who can enter are on screen right now. I can link you the tweet. I can link you the tweet if any of you guys want to enter, as long as you fulfill the requirements, then yes. I would assume you can enter. I think you can't change your name though, so maybe I'll make a rule that everyone has to be named Josh. Wait, I can change my name? I think. Verification makes it so you can't change. Oh! I've never tried that. I can disable the verification mark though, so that it doesn't show. Bro. Okay, well, I guess I'm either not player or everyone has to be Josh. If that's not a problem. I don't mind. Everyone can be Josh. I don't care. All right, I guess. That's why I can't play. Yeah, see, that's where the problem starts. If two of us want to play, what do we do? If two of us want to enter, then we've got a problem. I said it first. We can't all, I guess 50% can be Quantal, 50% can be Josh, and so you still won't know who you're playing against, right? You still wouldn't know who it is, because it's just 50% Josh, 50% Quantal. Okay. Dude, I'm in, what rank am I? Diamond 3. Okay. So personally, let me go into the deck editor first. Before we do the tier list even, I like decks that I think are 100% playable at the moment. I'm just not personally interested in them so much. Like maybe there's a chance I'll have them built, and if I ever feel like it's the right time to bring them, then I might bring them throughout the tournament. But I think like Tenpai is obviously 100% a viable strategy for the Duelist Cup because it's like relatively fast. I just personally don't love it, and I feel like at the high level, people are going to counter it like crazy if it's popular. But it's the kind of situation where if a lot of people are starting to counter Tenpai, the Duelist Cup, I think, can be very dynamic in the way that if at the top level, let's say 50k plus or something at the last day or last 2 days or something, if there's a lot of people countering Tenpai and people just stop playing Tenpai at the high level, then people will probably stop putting Tenpai counters in their deck if they stop playing against Tenpai, you know? And at that point, it's kind of like wave where you can go back to Tenpai because people stop playing the Tenpai counters, and then people will start playing the Tenpai counters again, and so on and so forth. But I'll definitely have Tenpai build just in case. Snake Eye Fire King and Yubel are both, I think, still very viable options. I don't know. I haven't updated this list in a while. It still seems fine to me. I think it's close to my worlds list. It's fine, I think. But the Snake Eye Fire King is also very viable, and Yubel is also viable. These 3 decks. It's just, I'm not personally interested in them that much, because I don't think they're that good, and I don't particularly like them. But all 3 of these decks are pretty good, I think, as well as Voiceless Voice. I think Voiceless Voice is pretty solid, but not much more than solid. Like, it's just a solid deck with a... I think it has a solid Tenpai matchup. Especially if you play the one that negates spell cards, the Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph. Like, the setups of this deck with Soravis and Blessing, so you summon something that can't be destroyed by battle, and to Soravis is also really hard to play around for Tenpai. Like, those setups are good. Like, this deck is very powerful going first. I do think it has its problems going second. Because the amount of non-engine available to you is just a little limited, right? I mean, what is it? 3, 6, 9, 12, 14 in this one? 14 non-engine? It's not that many, really. Well. Have you tried Orcas with Mermaid? Not yet. Needs more Solemns and Summon Limit. I mean, obviously, those are the lists that I have for Voiceless Voice, Tenpai, and Snake Eyes. They're not super, and Yubel. They're relatively standard, I would say. I haven't really experimented with them yet because I don't plan on playing them myself a lot in this cup. I do think Voiceless Voice is the one I'm the most likely to play out of those 4. But like, my lists at this point are nothing crazy. Like, I wouldn't even suggest copying these, because if I play these, they might change for the Duelist Cup anyways. The 2 decks that I kind of have my eye on right now that I want to try a little bit more to see if they're good enough, but I think I could see myself playing these for the tournament, is the Chimera deck and the Labyrinth deck. I think the Labyrinth deck looks pretty solid in my book. This deck looks very scary to me. Especially when, like, keeping Tenpai in mind, this deck is going to be really good against it. Versus Voiceless Voice, you're going to have to go first. If you go second against Voices with this deck, it's Jover. Yeah. And then Furniture Lab. This list is super old, but Furniture Lab is also decent, I think. What about the Pendulum Pile? I mean, I have 0 experience with this deck. I don't know how this deck even works, if it's good or not. I just copied it here just to have a reference point for it. But how good this is, I have no idea. Well. And then there's Ritual Beast, I guess, which I do consider to be a viable deck. But I also don't consider it... I don't think I'll be playing it myself, I should say. Like, I think it's fine. I think Shifter going to 1 is annoying. But I also, like... I don't know. I think it's a mix of... The deck is just not that good right now. It takes a long time, so it's like, that is a little bit of a disadvantage in the Duelist Cup. Like, if it was super, super strong, I don't think it matters that much that it takes a while. But if it's like kind of like a tier 2 deck that's solid but not that good, and it takes long, that's weird. I don't know. But it's all right, I guess. I think someone made top 10 with it in last season. But yeah, and I think those are kind of like your options for this Duelist Cup. I think the 4 most played decks are going to be Tenpai, Snake Eye, Yubel, Voiceless. Maybe roughly in that order. Maybe Voiceless a little bit higher. Depends. But those 4 decks are probably going to be the most played. And then, like, after that, you'll probably see Labyrinth versions, Centurion, Melodious Piles, maybe even in Pendulum, Chimera. I think that's kind of your format for this one. How about a sprite variation right now? I think Life Twin Sprite is solid in Master Duel right now. I wouldn't consider it to be the best deck for the Duelist Cup, but I think Life Twin Sprite is playable. Yeah. Let me make some changes to the Labyrinth list, because I wanted to try something. I don't know how many people have been trying this, but I noticed a lot of times I was very annoyed by Trap Trick in this deck. Because of course you can get the trap you want, but I've been struggling with the fact that, like, if you have to use Trap Trick first, it makes your turn so awkward. Like, and technically this deck should have enough engine. I think cutting the Ariana is good. I was thinking about playing Upstarts. I see very little reason not to play Upstart in Master Duel, because it's like there's no time, and the only thing is, now that we cut the trap tricks, it makes running 2 of some of the trap cards not as good. Because you might still want them. You might want them at 3. Like Ice Dragon's Prison seems like the kind of card you might want to play 3 copies of. I also think I think Blackhorn of Heaven is pretty good right now. Maybe Torrential is not necessary. What's Torrential really good against? Torrential is, I feel like, only okay in most matchups. So the only thing you have to be worried about in the Tenpai matchup, which is why I don't think you need D-Barrier in this deck, is the only thing you lose to, I think, is Lightning Storm and Duster. So as long as you have enough outs to those, then you're fine. Currently, we have 3 Lord of the Heavenly Prison, 3 Runic Spells, 3 Solemn Judgment, which is 9 outs to it, in a deck with 37 cards and Pot of Duality. That should probably be enough. D-Barrier is really important for Ritual Beast and Voices Voice matchups. I personally think... I don't think I agree with that. I think Blackhorn of Heaven is really good against Ritual Beast. And I think Voiceless Voice, you lose going second no matter what you do. Unless you have like Math Cannon plus Strike. I guess Math Cannon plus D-Barrier also works against Voiceless. D-Barrier is good all around. See, I don't agree with that either. I think D-Barrier is not very good against Fire King, which is one of your harder matchups. I think D-Barrier is not that good against Yubel either. Like, it's fine, but not good. D-Barrier is completely dead in the mirror, but so is Blackhorn. I don't know. I'm not sure if I would agree on D-Barrier being good all around. Fire King and Yubel aren't seeing a lot of play. I'm not sure about that. Do you ever just play 1 D-Barrier to get it with Lady if you need it? You could do that. You could play... Without Trap Trick, there's little reason to play like 2 of the trap cards, but you could play like 1 ofs. I wouldn't hate playing like 1 D-Barrier. So that at any point, if you stabilize against Tenpai as well, you can just fetch a D-Barrier and call it a day. Play like 1 Terrors, 1 D-Barrier. I don't hate that idea. Maybe you still play Trap Trick. Maybe it's just not a 3 of. Trap Trick could also be a 1 of, in case you don't know what you're gonna get off of what you need off of Lady yet. But maximizing your odds of seeing Engine and maximizing your odds of seeing Math Cannon going second is probably good. The problem with Trap Tricking for the Math Cannon is that it's so hard to resolve Math Cannon when you're under Trap Trick restriction. Oh yeah, discard that, please. Am I getting FTK'd? I mean, that's what I would lose to with this deck, yeah. To be fair, it looks like we would have been cooked going first as well because they play red reboot. Alright, we have not been cooked. I hope they don't have two. I hope they don't have two copies of the thing. Of reboot. Alright, right now, 6 cards. 5. We're gonna draw to 12. So I can do 4, 4, 4. If they can chain a card that increases it by 1, would I lose to that? I can still do 5, 5, 3. I have rank 5s. They reduce it by 1, 11. I can do 3, 3, 5. I also know I have it either way. If they go +1 or -1, I can still do it. Quick maths. Defeated by quick maths. Bro is never discarding red reboot again. Yeah. Oh, also Biohazard. Thank you for the 4 gift subs. I almost didn't see that. That was a couple minutes ago, but I appreciate that. Thank you. Can you even activate red reboot if the opponent can't set another card? I think so. I think the set for the opponent is optional. What does that mean? Kashtira? Probably okay. Feels like it would be Kashtira, right? Okay. Sure. Sure. It's annoying if they summon Munin, but if I use it now, they just summon Gary. Or they just summon Sleipnir. Okay, sure. I have a Pathfinder. I mean, I don't think anything else is... Yeah, okay. uh... The tempting thing about this deck is that you're immune to so many frustrating things in the game, like Maxi. It would feel like I had the same... I played this deck. I mean, not exactly this list, but I played this deck at YCS Lille. And even though I won, I lost the last round and didn't make top 32. I did notice in that tournament that like a lot of things that are normally really frustrating with other Yu-Gi-Oh decks, just you're not influenced by them at all. Like Dimension Shifter, Molcharmies, well, or the TCG. And for Master Duel, that would be like Max C, right? Like you wouldn't care about Max C, and not caring about Max C when you're playing Master Duel for 72 hours seems pretty healthy for your mental. Isn't every stun deck like that? I mean, yeah, but this deck's good. Entis is really good now. A lot of people are playing Maximus. I guess you don't need Gary in this. I mean, being able to summon Gary sometimes can matter, but... So this matchup... My hand is kind of rough for this matchup. We'll see. Ooh, that's tempting. Oh, that's very tempting. I think I do that. What else do I judgment? I think I do that. So if they go ahead, let me think about this for a second. If they use Saphira now, tribute Saravis, summon Skull Guardian, they're gonna have 4 cards total. I'm gonna have 4 cards total. If I have to hit 8, I can't hit Skull. What's Skull Guardian? Level 7, right? Can I hit 7 on 8 cards on the field? No. We could have 5 if I use Lord right now. That's what I'm thinking. Then it'd be 9 cards. Which would be 225. 225 would work. But hitting Skull Guard... Oh, 116. Yeah, but I don't play rank 1s. Oh, that's fine. It did just raw activate that. Interesting. Why is that better than using this thing in the graveyard? Ooh, they don't have the dude. That's nice. Okay. So... Oh. wins more, a bad player but good deck builder, or a good deck builder but bad player? Probably the good player, but it also depends on the format. In some formats, building is more important. In some formats, playing is more important. Bro, against Tenpai. I've opened Lord of the Heavenly Prison like 4 games in a row. Nice. And against Tenpai is the one where I don't have an out to Lightning Storm. I'm actually sick. I might try to snipe it. Okay, I won't snipe it. Please. I have so many outs to it in my deck, man. This should not happen. This is unreal. So what are the odds? Let me see. What are the odds we should be happy with opening an out to Lightning Storm? Let me think. Hold up. So currently we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 outs in 37 cards. Outs to Lightning Storm Duster. 9 in 37. We have a 77% chance to see one. Plus duality, which is not always one, but often. We could play one more runic to make it... It doesn't change much, though. It's just like 3%. 4. What about running a single rollback? Nah, that's just a terrible draw every time. I think it's fine. I think it's just sometimes you get unlucky, but statistically we're so favored in that matchup. It's okay. They also don't have it all the time, right? I mean, it's Tenpai, so they will, but like, you know what I mean? It's 2 Lightning Storm, 1 Duster, 1 Heavy Storm if they play all 4. If they play all 4, they still don't have... What is that? 50% chance to open one? Not even. See, like... With this hand, no problem. If they sit there with their Bell... What was their hand? Bell, Maxi, Lightning Storm? They do nothing against this. I do think there's a non-zero chance some Tenpais will play Red Reboot, against which you'll just have to have Solemn Judgment. There's no other way around it. Okay. Opa. Yeah. It is slightly annoying because I have Ice Dragon's Prison as well. But I'll just try to not use it this turn. Jet Synchron. Is this pure Snake Eye? Foolish Burial. Okay, what is happening? What does any of this mean? Orcust? Would you just use Snake Eye cards to get bodies for Mermaid, or...? It is Orcust. Alright. Surely you're not going to use Orcust Harp Horror right now. I love doing that. I like Black Horn of Heaven a lot for hitting SP Little Knight. SP Little Knight is a pain in the ass for these trap heavy decks. Is Galatea generic? 2 effect monsters, including an Orcus. Okay. Alright, that is fine, because that won't do anything. Should I just go Terrors? Terrors on Set the Nightmare? If they go Link 1 into Mermaid, discard a card, summon another Orcus Nightmare. They'll have 2 cards on the field, 3 in hand. That's 5. I'll have 9, so it's a 2/2/7 angle again. Sure. Sure. Okay. I'm setting this first, because even if it gets ashed, it'll come back. Also, I'm about to draw Big Welcome Labyrinth. Was Prisoner overpowered when he came out? Lord of the Heavenly Prison? No, I think it was barely played. It was like good in some decks, but it wasn't like crazy. Oh shit! Jesse! We were supposed to do the thing today. Okay, yeah, maybe let me finish this game, then we can do it. I did forget about that. Would you be mad if we did it tomorrow? I did forget. Because I have to be somewhere at 5. Tomorrow is fine. Okay, my bad. Sorry. Sorry about that. They got 9 cards. Let's do it tomorrow. Otherwise, it'll be very stressful for me. There's the tourney tomorrow. Yeah, but we can just do it after. Tomorrow, it's no problem if we go longer. Today, I just can't make longer. I can't do longer today. Let's do this. Naturally. Four, 5, 10. 3, 3, 4. I think this deck looks good. I think this deck is very powerful. I'm gonna probably work on the list a little bit, but I do think it is one of my options for the second stage. You could also try Furniture Lab, but I feel like this deck just seems better. This deck stalls until it draws engine. I mean, it's a control deck. You just have a lot of traps to stop your opponent from doing what they're trying to do. Blow up their board with like Equation Cannon and Karma Cannon. And then just roll them with Lovely or Lady. Don't you play Chaos Angel? And how am I gonna make Chaos Angel? Take a look at this deck and tell me how Chaos Angel is happening. Hugin plus Lady, but I never summon Hugin. Like I'm locked out of my extra deck most of the time, and if I cut, here's the thing: if I cut one card for Chaos Angel, I lose a lot of possible combinations for the Math Cannon. Removing the level 7, for example, removing the level 7 means that you can't hit Phantom of Yubel or any other level 9s when there's 11 cards total, right? When there's 11 cards total and there's a level 9 monster, you want to go 7-2-2 because that's 11. And if you don't have a level 7 monster, you can't do that. So any fusion you cut means you lose a bunch of combinations. Can you add a cooler level 7? Okay, what's the coolest level 7? I guess that's worth debating. What's the coolest fusions for these? Not Flare Neos? What's wrong with Flare Neos? Wait, let me check what I can use Royals. Hold up. I've got Royals. Huh? No, I don't have 2 rank 3s. I've got infinite rank 4s. I only have 1 rank 3. And I don't have the Royal Hugin, unfortunately. I do think, for the sake of optimizing the deck, it should still be Garura, in case you ever play against Maximus in Voiceless. It should be Garura. And it should also be... Maybe it should be Entis. And Crazy Beast? Wait, why does Crazy Beast matter? This doesn't matter. This doesn't make sense. He's a fiend, so what? Don't we want the runic fusions to block? See, that's the question, right? Because both of these technically have a use case. Sometimes you can summon this when your opponent attacks you with one of the runic spells, and that's genuinely good sometimes. Yeah, fossil fusions. Yes. This is technically pretty good. And then there's what? There's one that destroys which one destroys spell traps? This one. This is technically also good, but is it better than Garura? Would you rather draw a card or would you rather pop a spell trap? probably draw a card. Yeah. So I don't know if it's Gary or Entis. Probably Gary, but yeah. I mean, if you get Dogmatica Maximus with this extra deck, you can still send Garura plus Kit Kalos, right? And then just mill 5, which could give you a big welcome or welcome, which is still value technically, right? Seems okay. All right, we should get tier list in, because like I said, I do have to leave at 5 today, because we have plans for later. Okay, so that means the plan for tomorrow is, oh god, the plan for tomorrow is difficult now. We're gonna play the Duelist Cup preparation thingy. We have to do the collab with Jesse, and we have to do the podcast. That's fine. Just longer stream. That's okay. All right. Let me get this set up, because for some of these decks, I did want to show a sample deck list, maybe during the... we can do that in post. Right. Alright. How big of a delay we having tomorrow? What do you mean tomorrow? For the preparation? No delay. The Duelist Cup on the weekend, I'll probably have some delay. I don't know how much yet, but there'll probably be delay. But I don't think it matters, to be honest, because I plan on doing the same thing that I did last year, where I probably won't even have my mic on for the majority of it. I'll just be focused on the games anyways. I don't want to focus on like responding to chat questions and all that kind of stuff, because then I'll just play worse. I am going to stream the whole thing, yeah. All right, hold up. Let me... All right. So we need to get this done. All right. I'll probably record a YouTube intro separately, so we can just go right in. Now, of course, we're gonna rate these decks for current Master Duel format, and I have on purpose made the list a little bit smaller because we are headed right into the Duelist Cup second stage, and so we're not gonna talk a whole lot about a bunch of rogue decks. People can just ask me in the YouTube comments if they want my opinion on a certain rogue deck. Because the Duelist Cup is upon us, I figured it would be worth talking about some of the more relevant decks, but then maybe talk about them a little bit longer, so that overall we'll still have a decent discussion, essentially. Let me start off by saying I do still feel like Tenpai Dragon in Master Duel at the moment is an S tier deck. The deck is very powerful, especially because I feel like the competition for Tenpai is not as strong as it used to be in the TCG, where, you know, decks had access to the Fiendsmith engine that would make their decks more resilient to hand traps and also enable them to summon Caesar, which is something that is just not possible in Master Duel, where like even the quote-unquote full power Yubel boards are like completely breakable by Tenpai. In regards to the Duelist Cup second stage, it's just also a very efficient deck in terms of your time, right? Like, I would not be surprised if Tenpai ends up winning the Duelist Cup, not with the highest win rate, but simply with the highest, like, play rate in terms of games. Like you get an insane amount of games in with Tenpai. So even if your win rate is just slightly positive, which it definitely should be, I think Tenpai is definitely very good. Of course, at the very high level, there's a chance that people will counter Tenpai. And so at that point, maybe if you start noticing your win rate is getting very close to 50% or maybe even dropping under, then you might want to switch to a different deck. But in my mind, there's no doubt that Tenpai is going to be played a lot during this Duelist Cup and in ranked as well. So I do think Tenpai is an S tier deck and probably is going to be the highest on this list for me personally. I haven't really named the categories today. But I think based on what I'm saying, you guys will figure out what I think of these decks. Ritual Beast, I personally feel like is not as good anymore. Losing 50% of your dimension shifters is certainly a problem. The deck is still good, but I personally wouldn't rate it super high. I think it's like a solid B tier deck. I think Ritual Beast can perform. I think one player made top 10 last season with it. But at the same time, if you're going into the Duelist Cup, Ritual Beast is just like relatively slow as well. So I personally wouldn't recommend it, but I do think it's a deck that you can still perform with. So that's why I'm putting it like middle of the pack. I think it's fine. For Prosperity to 1 also hurts. That is true. Like losing one dimension shifter, losing the Prosperity for a little bit of a consistency hit. That is a problem. Yeah, definitely. For Branded, I just haven't seen this deck in a while, but I actually don't hate it in Master Duel right now. I do think it goes into the B tier category as well. I think some people might rate it lower than that. I know for some people it's going to be higher than that. Branded just seems like the kind of deck that you've got to be into to really play it. Like, I don't think there's a reason to play Branded right now other than like you really, really like it. And the same is true for Ritual Beast, actually. I think for most decks that I'm going to rate B or lower, it doesn't mean that they're bad decks. It just means that if you, like, the reason for you to play that deck is not because it's the best, but because you really like it. Which means that it's playable, but there's probably better options. And I think that is the case for Branded. It just doesn't feel like it's particularly good at a lot of things. It's not particularly good at going second, even though it's not terrible at it. It's not particularly consistent, even though it's also not inconsistent. It's kind of like the middle of the pack for everything, but I can see some people who really like the deck doing well with it in the Duelist Cup. Snake Eye Fire King, I think, is a deck that's still at least A tier for me. I don't know if I would... I don't feel comfortable putting it right next to Tenpai, because I do think there is a difference between Snake Eye Fire King and Tenpai. I personally... the cool thing about this Duelist Cup is that because I'm going to be streaming it anyways, I don't really have to like hide my deck choice or anything like that. I can be very transparent about what I'm planning to play and what I'm not looking to play. Snake Eye Fire King is a deck that, even though I respect it, I think it's a good deck. I don't consider playing it myself. I don't think I will play it myself. I haven't decided yet exactly what I'll play, but I don't think Snake Eye Fire King is going to be one of them. Tenpai, on the other hand, is a deck that I will have ready in case I ever feel like it's the right call for the situation. Even though it's probably not going to be my main deck to climb with, I do think Tenpai is something that I'll have built just in case I notice people are not paying it enough like respect. Sprite, specifically Live Twin Sprite, feels like a viable deck right now. You have a huge problem with Max C. It's one of those decks that doesn't even have a good plan B. If you get Max Seed on, I don't know, your Life Twin and you don't have an answer to it. Other than that, it's a pretty strong deck going first. It can fit a decent amount of hand traps for going second. Its Tenpai matchup should be fine, unless they have Max C, of course. But I'm putting it like middle of the pack, B tier, Live Twin Sprite, that is. Other Sprite variations I haven't really messed around with. But the Live Twin Sprite deck is not bad right now, I think. Yubel, for me, goes right next to Snake Eye Fire King. I am not sure if it's better or worse than Snake Eye Fire King. I do think it has a problem where even if you don't get hand trapped and you get to combo, I feel like Tenpai could still win against your board. Like, it's not like the TCG where the Yubel board just auto wins every single time. Like in Master Duel, you're basically ending on Appaloosa, Phantom of Yubel, and Unchained Soul of Rage with the Unchained Trap, which is a good board. But like a Droplet Lightning Storm combination or something like that could definitely kill you right on the spot. So I'm not too sure about its Tenpai matchup. In theory, it's like fine because Spirit of Yubel and Nightmare Pain are really annoying cards for Tenpai to deal with. In practice, I just didn't feel like it was that good of a deck right now. Even though people still play it. Like Snake Eye Fire King and Yubel are both viable decks for going first still. But I'm just not too sure if I'm a huge fan of them myself. But they're good. I can see why people are playing them. You could also do the Artifact Scythe lock. Yeah, not everyone. Most people in Yubel haven't been doing that recently. At least the ones that... We had a Challenger Cup this past Saturday where there was still a very respectable amount of Yubel and Fire King. But people did not really do the Artifact combo in Yubel, where you go Dagda to set Scythe and then pop it on the opponent's turn. But yeah. Tier elements, personally... Jozu, thank you for the 13 months. Runic is playable against Ryziel. It's not great against Malice. Tier elements, I personally don't like much at the moment. As long as Kid Kolos is alive, people are gonna play this deck, and I do see why. It is kind of fun to just go Gamba, mill 8, feel great, but I personally, from a competitive standpoint, I don't think Tier Elements has much going for it right now. I feel like it's worth mentioning because I think there's for sure a chance that you go up against it in the Duelist Cup, maybe a couple of times depending on how long you play. But it's definitely not up there. Like, I think there's definitely a quality difference between the decks I put into B tier and Tier Elements, so I'm not putting it next to them. And yeah, that's, I think, about it. Centurion. As much as I like this deck, and it's been one of my favorite decks to ladder with in the past, I don't think is that great right now. I think it's, compared to these other decks, I think I would put it right about there. It's maybe even slightly better than Ritual Beast for me personally, but that might be biased because I just like the deck more than Ritual Beast. I think it struggles a little bit with its ceiling because we don't have the cards yet that the deck has in the TCG. Like, we're still missing Primera, Primus, and Atri, and I think that is a problem. There are some versions. We're going to talk about White Forest in a bit, although my expertise is definitely more on the White Forest Runic side. The Centurion White Forest deck, I haven't played myself yet, so I have a hard time really evaluating it. From what I've seen, though, the White Forest Centurion deck with like the toy box cards and stuff like that, it is a viable deck, but it has, I think, major issues going second. Going first, it's pretty good. The good thing that right now in Master Duel is that if you're playing against a lot of Tenpai, you have to go second a lot less. So those kind of decks that just are so much better going first than they are going second are a little bit more viable than they would normally be. I still don't think White Forest Centurion would make it out of B tier for me. It could be a high B tier, maybe a very low A tier for White Forest Centurion, but I'd have to try that more myself to say for sure. Runic White Forest is without a doubt, in my opinion, the best Runic combo deck in Master Duel now. It's definitely better than Runic Naturia or Runic Bestial. That being said, I do think as long as Runic Fountain is limited, there is just too many problems when you're playing Runic combo decks. As much as I love this deck and as much as I would like to tell you that it's like a very good deck, I don't think Runic White Forest goes higher than somewhere in B tier for me. I think it's a solid deck. I tried it. It's definitely possible to climb with it. In ranked, I don't know about like once you're hitting the high levels in the Duelist Cup and you're playing against a lot of high rated opponents, I don't think it's the deck to climb with anymore. This does not mean you can't play it, but once again, this is the type of deck that you wouldn't play this if you were looking for the best deck with the best chances of doing well. You would be playing this because you like it, and that is why I played it a little bit. I did okay with it, but it is nothing spectacular. As long as Fountain is at 1, and as long as the good Runics are all limited or semi-limited, the Runic combo decks are just very, very mediocre, I think. Although the White Forest cards are very, very good in this deck, and it's a lot of fun. Stun. The Fossil Dyna is just a placeholder for all kinds of stun. The best version of stun might just be Runic Stun because it has a lot of outs to Lightning Storm. Stun, I think, is a B tier deck simply because it has fast games and it beats. You can probably build it so that it beats Tenpai relatively consistently. Other than that, the other matchups are not going to be great. But if you're seeing a lot of Tenpai on your climb, I think Stun could be an okay option. Into all other decks, it's not particularly good. But because Tenpai always lets you go first, you could play it. You could make a really degenerate stun deck that beats Tenpai all of the time. And if you beat Tenpai all of the time, you already have, at a very minimum, how many Tenpais would you think are there in the Duelist Cup? 30 to 40% if auto wins at least. And then you only have to win the coin flip against the other decks half the time, and then you're already positive. So I don't think stun is that bad right now, but it's kind of iffy. It's basically, if you hit a lot of Tenpai with it, it's probably good. And if you don't hit a lot of Tenpai with it, you're going to have a bad time. So, yeah. Gimmick Puppets. I have played against one Gimmick Puppet so far, and I was fortunate enough to win the coin flip. I haven't played the deck myself yet. My impression of this deck is that it's thankfully not that good. But once again, take this with a grain of salt because I haven't played the deck myself. I haven't tried to make it work. I do think overall you are way too coin flippy with this deck. I don't see this deck beating any of the decks in the game if it goes second. And then even against Tenpai, yeah, they will let you go first, but their deck typically has 15 or more hand traps. And while if you open the field spell, which you don't open all the time, if you open the field spell, you're immune to some of the hand traps, but still not all of them. You know, there's still Shifter. I'm pretty sure Magnamood is good against it too. Imperm, Jolin Lockbird, there's a lot of cards, I think, that people play right now that'll do well against it. DD Crow is also existent. This is my guess where I would put it. I don't think it's that good. I might be inexperienced with it. I might be inexperienced with the Gimmick Puppets, but I do not like the deck much. Here's one of my sleeper picks for the Duelist Cup that I think has more potential than people give it credit for right now, and that is Chimera. I spent the entire stream today laddering to Duelist level 20 with Chimera, and it went pretty smoothly for me. So this is one of the decks that I am personally considering for my own climb for the second stage, because I don't want to play Tenpai, and I think this deck is better personally. This might be biased because I'm just kind of sick of playing Fire King, Snake Eye, and Duel. But I did really like my climb with the Chimera deck. I'm still making some mistakes with it, so I think it could have gone even better. And I do think the matchup against Tenpai should be pretty good because you have Diabells now, and Diabells is really strong against Tenpai because you turn off Droplet, you turn off Kaimin. You turn off, you can hit the field spell with it when they set it, and you even turn off cards like Lightning Storm immediately. If they set them and you can hit them, it's really good. I really like Chimera right now. Unfortunately, the same thing kind of goes for Mathmech. I think Mathmech is an incredibly scary deck to go up against, and especially in a format where Tenpai makes you go first. Mathmech just has to be respected. I'm going to put it in A tier. I think it's a solid option. I've been playing against it a lot, and they've been beating me a lot when they went first. And even going second, it's still the same old concept. Throw 3 hand traps at your opponent and then activate Circular, which just, as much as I hate it, it's not bad. It's not bad in Master Duel right now. It does okay. And I would expect to see some in the Duelist Cup. There's definitely a couple of Mathmechs out there. It's not more popular than most of the other decks I've put into S or A tier, but it's definitely being played. So I do think it's a solid choice. You will not catch me playing this deck myself, but just be aware of it. And it's not a bad choice right now. Melodious as... Okay, so there's 2 things about Melodious. Melodious can either be played as obviously the pure Melodious deck, which I would probably rank in like the lower B tier. It's an okay deck. It's just not better than most other decks. Like, you're not particularly good into Max C. You have a problem with Ash Blossom. You have a couple of really good one-card starters, but also not enough to make the deck really consistent, right? It's just like 3 Ostinato, 3 First Movement Solo, 3 Refrain. Those are your really good one-card starters. If you don't see any of those, or if they get impermed or ashed, then you have a problem. This is just the kind of deck that sometimes you can play through 3 of their hand traps, and sometimes you will pass to a single one or not even play at all. The amount of non-engine Melodious can play is also not extraordinarily high. Like, you can play a bunch of hand traps, but not more than other decks. So I don't think it does anything crazy in particular. It is worth mentioning, though, that the Melodious cards as an engine can function in a bunch of different decks. I've seen people play Ostinato and Refrain in, for example, Snake Eyes as a way to make like a one-card... like, Ostinato can do crazy things in other decks. Like, Ostinato is like a one-card Appaloosa and a rank 4. So you can like search Snake Eye Ash and make Appaloosa without normal summoning. I've seen some Pendulum Piles use it. Apparently, a bunch of people did really well with like a super heavy Draco Slayer Melodious Pendulum Pile last season. I haven't looked at it yet. I've seen the list, but I haven't played it yet. But I think as an engine, I think there's a good chance that Melodious is played in a bunch of different decks and could surprise you. Like, you can make some really strong combo boards with the Supreme King deck, for example, and like Ostinato. So I just wanted people to be aware of it, that Melodious as an engine is pretty strong. As a deck itself, I'd put it like here, maybe slightly better than Sprite. Voiceless Voice, I think, is pretty good right now. I think Voiceless Voice is slightly underrated. I think the deck makes really strong boards going first, especially into Tenpai. The Saravis setup with the blessing of the Voiceless Voice is really powerful because you're summoning a Saravis that can't be destroyed by battle. I think Voiceless Voice is definitely A tier. The question is just, where exactly would you rank it? I personally could see myself playing Voiceless Voice before I see myself playing Fire King or Yubel. Like, it's the kind of deck where I don't plan on using it at the moment for the Duelist Cup, but I'm going to have it built, and I think it's going to be an option for me. I do think Voiceless Voice is strong, and I think it's pretty powerful. It's pretty powerful in Master Duel right now. It's not terribly weak to Max C, and I think that is one of the main reasons why I would play it in such a long and grindy tournament. Because eliminating that sort of tilting factor of not getting Max Seed or not losing to Max C super hard, I think would be kind of nice for your own mental when you're playing for that long. And then we've saved this for last because I'm actually pretty stoked about Labyrinth right now. It is also one of the decks that I am considering to play for the second stage right now. Specifically the Canon Math Lab, because we have just received Simultaneous Equation Canon in the not in a secret pack, but it's now in the legacy packs. So you can now pull it there and you can craft it. And I think that deck, I've been trying it a little bit and it seemed very, very powerful, especially because Tenpai is currently the most played deck in Master Duel, and that Labyrinth deck just counters it. It beats Tenpai very consistently. Not all the time. You can lose to it. You know, Tenpai has Lightning Storm. You don't always have an out to it. It happens. But overall, your matchup should be pretty good. And then there's just a couple of other things that go into its favor, right? Like you have no tilt against Max C because you don't really care about it. You should have relatively quick games because you're not performing any crazy combos. Of course, your opponent gets to combo when they go first because you don't play hand traps. But overall, it should be a good time. The only thing is, your Tenpai matchup is phenomenal. Other matchups are not as good. For example, the Furniture Labyrinth, which is also something that people play right now because it is good against Tenpai. Furniture Labyrinth hooks Trap Labyrinth because you just never outgrind it. Decks like Chimera, Voiceless Voice, and Fire King are virtually unbeatable for Trap Lab if they go first. I mean, not every time, but like it's pretty bad if they go first. Yubel is beatable when you go first with Trap Lab, but Mathmech is also pretty hard. So like your Tenpai matchup with Trap Lab is pretty good. Your Yubel matchup is pretty good. The other matchups here in the A tier are pretty coin flippy. If you go first, then it's pretty fine. But if you go second, it's rough. So this is my personal tier list for Master Duel at the moment, with like only the most relevant decks in there, right? Like I'm aware that I've cut a bunch of decks from this discussion because I did want to focus on the Duelist Cup and on the people that are trying to do well in it. So like if there's anything missing, feel free to let me know in the YouTube comments. I'll try to go over it and answer your questions on what I think, where I think your favorite deck ranks at the moment. For anyone preparing for this weekend's Duelist Cup, I hope this was helpful. And yeah, best of luck to everybody. Lightsworn FTK is missing. See, I haven't played against that deck in weeks now. So I don't know how much you really do need to respect it. But yes, I guess if... Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that deck is viable for the Duelist Cup, to be honest. Lightsworn FTK cooks Lab? I mean, no, it doesn't. Lightsworn FTK has pretty much an exactly 50% win rate against Labyrinth. Because it shouldn't beat Labyrinth ever if Labyrinth goes first, right? So like saying it cooks it is not a very smart statement. I saw quite some in the Asia Challenger Cup. I mean, I think I just can't really get behind why you would play that, right? Like if you're playing it with the argument of I'm countering Tenpai because they make me go first, then why are you not just playing Trap Lab or Chimera or even Voiceless Voice? Like those decks are all good going first into Tenpai, but they have significantly higher odds of winning going second, I feel like. Especially because in the Duelist Cup, if you're trying to get to a certain rank, if your goal is to get to a certain rank, you have to expect your opponents to play better and better as the longer you go. And then these decks become so much worse going second. Because yeah, in ranked, of course, if your opponent like misplays their first turn or mismanages their interruptions, sure, you might be able to win some games going second, but like it's not going to happen. If you hit like 40,000 points or 50,000 points or even higher than that. I don't know. Pass and Magu tier list. Okay. Is this their tier? Okay, they ranked Tenpai is the only tier 1 deck. Okay, fair enough. Then Voiceless. Gimmick Puppet. Look, this is the thing. Gimmick Puppet, I don't know how much respect I need to put on it. I have played against one. So, and I haven't played the deck myself. I'm just... My reason for ranking Gimmick Puppet lower is simply because, like, the overall sentiment on the deck seems to be pretty bad. Like, no one is really playing it. When I ask people, what do you think of Gimmick Puppet? No one is saying, like, yeah, deck's actually good. Everyone is saying, like, deck's kind of mediocre. So I don't know. I don't think Gimmick Puppet is that good. They're ranking Chimera pretty highly. I like that. They're ranking Yubel pretty highly. They're ranking Snake Eye Fire King lower than Yubel significantly. I don't know if I would agree with that, but okay. Mathmech down here. Sure. Slight difference. Sprite is here. Melodious is here. Ritual Beast. Rescue Ace, I guess, is worth mentioning. Rescue Ace is okay. And then they have a pretty high opinion of the Ignister deck. Sure. I think they're underrating Labyrinth, but overall, this is an understandable tier list, I think. What do you think is the best lab version for Duelist Cup? I'm gonna work on it more over the next couple of days, but I really like the Math Lab deck. There's a couple of things I want to try. I also, now, this is a little weird, but I did think about cutting this card. Because I feel like with this deck, if you ever draw a dead card, you're at such a big disadvantage. You have no way of really getting it out of your hand for a benefit. And I have noticed that sometimes you need it, but sometimes you don't. And I'm just not sure about it. My problem with it is that without this card, you just cannot turn your Welcome Lab and Big Welcome Lab into disruptions, right? At that point, these cards are only engine and nothing else. And they will never be disruption, right? And that might be a problem. But maybe the benefit of taking out this card out of your deck and never drawing it is worth it overall. Because let's say, just simplistically, if you win like 5% of your games with Lovely Labyrinth's effect, but then you lose 10% of your games because you draw it, then you would be better off cutting it. You know what I mean? So... The problem is just grasping exactly what those numbers are. I don't think you lose often enough to drawing it compared to winning because of it. You don't lose every game you draw it. I mean, yeah, 10% is also not the chance. You draw it more than 10%. You draw it more than 10%. That was just that was a rough estimate, lower than the actual chance of drawing it. Because the chance you draw one of is more than 10%. And I've just been noticing that most games where, as long as my trap cards are good enough, it doesn't matter what I summon off of my Welcome Labyrinth. It's just literally use some trap cards, activate one of these guys, and if it resolves, I just win the game, because both of these snowball really crazy, right? Both of these cards snowball like crazy. Doesn't really matter which one. Well, yeah. I like this deck. I like this deck a lot. This seemed strong to me. I think the best approach conceptually for the best approach for this Duelist Cup to me seems like play a deck that wants to go first and has a solid Tenpai matchup. You don't have to auto win against Tenpai, but your Tenpai matchup should be solid. And but you should still respect other decks in the sense that you should be able to go second, right? Like you should be, in the case of Math Lab, for example, this deck can beat some decks going second by just setting the cannon and passing, like set 5 cannon their board. This deck, for example, against Duel, it should be pretty good going second. Or Voiceless, right? With Voiceless, you always have a chance going second. You just play all the hand traps, right? You play a normal hand trap list, right? But these decks going first, like Labyrinth, Chimera, and Voiceless, I think what makes them better than Duel and Snake Eyes, in my opinion, is they just have a better Tenpai matchup. Right? I think Fire King and Duel, they don't have an exceptional Tenpai matchup. It's just okay. It is just okay, nothing else. So I don't know. Are you gonna make a TCG tier list post ban list? I will, yeah, I will. Just not today, but it'll probably happen this week and go on YouTube soon. As a hand trap deck, why isn't Centurion better than Voiceless Voice? Centurion makes a weaker end board into Tenpai specifically. Centurion, both Centurion and Voiceless have pretty good grind game. But I think Voiceless Voice's end board is immediately more impactful than the Centurion one, because most of the time Centurion makes like an Omni Negate and a Phalanx if you don't get hand trapped, and Voiceless ending on this is very powerful in my opinion. This card is really, really good against Tenpai because it allows you to summon Soravis on their turn, and Soravis being like a solemn strike that returns to your hand is crazy. In terms of playing against hand traps, I think they're like, maybe Voiceless Voice is slightly better at playing through hand traps. It's not like a huge difference, but it is harder to stop Voiceless Voice, I think. Voiceless is a little better against Max C, even though Centurion is okay into Max C. But yeah, I think Voiceless Voice just does a lot of things slightly better. You know, it's not a lot better than Centurion, but right now it just has slightly better end boards into the metagame, slightly better resilience to hand traps. Yeah. That's basically it. It's just slightly better at those two things. And maybe you could say its grind game is also slightly better right now. But, yeah. All right. What if Atri and Primus come? I think then Centurion is back on the menu. But unfortunately, they seem to release very late. All right. All right, you guys. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. We're going to have to call it a day now. Let me see where I'm dropping you guys off. Oh, Farfa just started. All right, I'll send you guys over this to Nadir. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. We'll be back tomorrow for some more Duelist Cup prep and podcast and Jesse collab and all that good stuff. Hope you guys are having a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for all the support as always. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. Peace.